F. This is Atlanta's only violin focused midlife crisis. Let me find the delay knob. You're listening to the most delay at the 21st century's... Whoa, what's happening here? Whoa. Okay, there we go. We have a very powerful microphone gained really high to pick up all the dogs. Okay, let's see. Check. Oh, hello everybody, and welcome to the first annual F-Hole. That doesn't even make any sense. This is where we open our mouths and words come out. I'm your host, sound engineer, lighting tech, Foley, and sound ruiner, Paul Mercer, and you're watching the F-Hole. My guest tonight is Gabriel Monticello, one of our returning guests. Monticello, or do you prefer Monticello but not Monticello, right?
Either, okay.
A man who's easygoing about pronunciation.
I'm very easygoing about my name.
I'm going to try to make us look a little less like we're in some film noir here. But you're very dramatic and also very hard to see, which is pretty cool. Let's see what we do here. I think we just go to the filters. This is also, it's very good to talk out loud whenever you're doing any task because the people around you enjoy it a lot. Wow, now we look like we're in some sort of weird painting. This is
video.
Yeah, we are in the Bauhaus. We're in I do feel a little 1920s. So a famous composer, or a niche famous composer, a very iconic composer died today, George Crumb. And I found that out when Gabe got here. I'm not a huge... I've not consumed much of George Crumb's music. I just thought it was cool every time I heard it. He's definitely on the fringe, thus our dive to the outside. I don't know about Gabriel.
If you want a good recommendation, listen to Cronus Quartet performing Black Angels.
Oh yeah, that's a good recording.
Yeah.
I think that's what really got them into doing modern composers, doing his work. I mean, I don't know. They nailed it.
They nailed it. I once played Ancient Voices of Children for a date.
Voices of Children?
The date did not go well. It's kind of over after that. She wasn't into modern avant-garde composition music. 10 minutes in, she asked me when the music was going to start.
Let's see. I'm gonna zoom out and how would you best describe George Crumb's music?
For someone who hasn't heard it,
yeah,
like a soundtrack to a nightmare.
Okay, cool.
It's beautifully written. You know, like a lot of his scores have, they almost look like works of art more than musical scores.
In what way do you mean? Like they're full of lots of little nuance and...
No, if I send you something, can you
they're actually written out very...
Yeah, if I send you something, can you write it out?
Yeah, actually, we don't have to write it out. I think I can bring up a picture from Wikipedia or something.
I'll send you a perfect one.
Yeah, that's right. He actually makes art out of his sheet music. Okay, hang on. Well,
I'll send it to you.
Send it to my email. I'll pull it up. So these are almost like drawings or paintings, and then or puzzles sometimes, which is pretty cool. How many of your pieces, or how many of his pieces have you had a chance to play?
To play?
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know if I've ever played. I don't think I've ever played any of his pieces. I've been on programs where his pieces were performed, but I can't remember personally playing one. I'd love to. so brilliant.
Uh,
He's definitely like the kind of composer that you have to be in the right mood to listen to. You can't be like, hey, throw on some George Berny. It'd be the end of the party.
Wow, it looks like we have 6 concurrent viewers. Thank you all for tuning in. This is our monthly record, whatever that means. I don't even actually think we keep records here at the FO. That would imply organization, and that's something we don't like to claim. You know, my voice always works smoothly until I'm in front of a microphone. So, what have you been doing, Gabriel? The F-hole wants to know. Where are you going? I hear you're playing with a band that's so famous you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement.
That is true. I'll be playing with them in 2 weeks' time in Savannah. With the Savannah Phil. But I don't know. I could probably say their name, but I'm not sure. And since I have to sign a non-disclosure agreement,
if you said
I'd rather err on the side of caution.
Yeah, that would be like driving your car way too fast in the fast lane.
Yeah. Better safe than sorry. It'd suck if like the week before they're like, sorry, you can't do this gig.
Yeah. So
I'm playing with Dave Brubeck's son next week in Valdosta. Chris Brubeck.
Oh wow. I didn't know he had a son.
Yeah, his son's really good too. He plays trombone, bass guitar, and piano. I've done a gig with him before. It's actually the same program, I think, or pretty much the same program. It's like lots of Dave Brubeck tunes, a couple Chris Brubeck's tunes. It's a real fun program, but still like very artistically satisfying. You play like Take 5, Blue Rondo, All the Turk.
So I believe we have our special guest reader for the Strad Magazine has dropped into my chat on my phone. So I'm going to go do a quick sound check here, and we'll be right back on the F-hole with a special reading from 1893 Strad Magazine. And some more of Gabriel's awesome playing in the style of, that wasn't really in the style of Crumb. You can't really play anything in the style of Crumb. I don't know, maybe we can. First we have to draw a picture on the screen and follow what it says. And since I haven't given you any delay, you're listening to the one and only F-hole. There's 2 on every violin, but 1 on Sunday nights here in Atlanta. You can get it live, or you can get it Memorex. But get your Memorex soon, because I'm not even sure if they're still in business. That's a tape company, you know? Wow, I'm getting old. This is the F-hole. Okay, check. Sorry, guys, that was the sound of Ableton Live hitting the floor as the F-hole crashed here. So let me make sure I'm getting a signal through the broadcast, and it's probably good timing, so I think Gabe's got to go soon. I want to see. Do I hear me? No, I'm still at the quiet part. Come on, say something, Paul. Can you say something? Okay, check. Hey, Paul, quit checking. Sorry, guys, that was the sound of Ableton. You should be sorry, hitting the floor. Sucks, dude. God, it's all over your face. It looks like you've been doing, like, fixing cars. So let me make sure I'm getting a signal through the broadcast, and... Okay, good. We got sound. Say something, Gabriel. Hey. Oh, yeah, let me turn off these extra special effects. Ding. Okay. Check. Okay. Take away this reverb and see what you've got left. Wow. We've just done a lot of stuff here. Okay, so my guest tonight is Gabriel Monticello, and he's got to go soon, but I'm going to convince him to play something with me. I think my old Indian music teacher, Josh Brown's out there. He's sending me, he's always doing this, play these 5 notes only. Sa, como, re, ma, pa, como, ni, sa. 1, 2, 4, 5. Yeah.
Is that?
Sa, como, re. Going with a root of D. Nothing like a fine French bow with no rosin. You feel like playing one more, Gabe? Okay, we're gonna play one more bit for you. I'm gonna start this one on some synths and put some rhythm in here. We're gonna stay in the key. Which raga is this, Josh Brown?
Oh, did you give us a different one?
No, the same one. I was just asking which raga it is. Which raga be this? Norwegians don't ask. Do they tell? Okay, that was lame. Oh, look, I've got like bats coming out of my face. This is like the most gothic I've ever been. Whoa. Okay. So no matter what, no C. I mean, no F. No F in the F hole. That's just doesn't seem right.
Say no C?
No. Yeah, you have a C. No F and no B.
1, 2, 4, 5, flat 7.
Yeah, flat 7th, flat first.
Flat first?
Flat, yes, flat second, sorry. And no 6th and no second. Oh, no 3rd. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll play that scale then, since somebody's thrown down the gauntlet here on the F hole. You know, I like gloves. I like gauntlets. I like mittens. You know. In a little bit, we're gonna have proof of Paganini's alien origins. That's right, proof that Paganini was an alien. You don't get that anywhere else but the FO. Actually, you got it from the Strad Magazine in like June of 1893. It's a good year. All right, I'm gonna get us a rhythm to get us out of here. I pulled up my favorite drummer.
Is it you?
No. His name's Alexid. I think he's Romanian. But no, he made a program because he was tired of people asking him to play house beats. And he was like, look, it's 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. See, There's some variations. Here's all the variations, and he put them in a sort of a drum machine called Alexid's Instant House, which is a Max plugin, and it's quite funny because Alexid will just spit out instant house music. The trick is to make it sound not like house, which is kind of hard because it's Alexid's Instant House. I enjoy the challenge, although that is what caused Ableton to crash a few minutes ago. But second chime's the charm, and we're going to put something suitably silly in here. I got to show a program error occurred. Really, Alexid is totally shutting down. Yeah, so anybody ever been to an FO sound check? We have one of these every week. They get worse and worse, actually. What's the best sound you've ever had at a gig, Gabriel?
Oh, I don't know. That's a tough question.
You're going to tell me it's that Dragon Con gig with the Changelings Reunion, right?
With the fire?
With the fire, yeah.
It definitely goes into the bottom of the pile. It's hard to say. The sound is usually, like, if it's amplified, the sound is usually not good on stage. It always sounds great in the hall, from what I'm told. But you have to trust your sound man.
Never trust the sound man.
You have to trust the sound man. He has your sound in his hands.
Yeah, you can't be a dick to the sound guy.
Yeah.
That's true.
And you have to trust that even if it sounds not the best where you're standing, that where it matters in the audience, it sounds good.
Check this out, Josh. I learned to play tabla. Some drum and boogers. So that this mic just. That app's called Thumbjam. I'm talking to the mic. Oh shit. Excuse us, we're here at the FO. Welcome back to the FO, where we put a delay unit on everything to make it sound better. Gabe, was really nice to stick around for so long. Which variant did I give you again? Necronomicron. I like Necronomicronic. Let me take off the delay. That's really annoying. You guys, we have Berny coming up soon with a reading from the Strad Magazine. I promised you Paganini's Home Planet, and this is real. This is real stuff, folks. This is going to change the world of classical music forever. People have long wondered about Paganini's, secrets to the violin. Turns out, has something to do with another planet where he rules with a velvet fist, I guess. Anyway, you're listening to the FO. My guest is Gabriel Monticello, who can't tell us what he's up to because it's really important. And is there anything you want to tell anybody before we go, Gabe? Let me turn back on this microphone.
Be safe.
Be safe. Be safe. Be well. In the FO. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Paul Mercer. Get your Strad magazines out and you can read along. Josh, you should still have a few of those. I think you took about 700 of them with you one day. Let's go straight to Decatur, Georgia, where I'm trying to figure out how to cut off OBS. You're watching the FO. And you will continue to watch it until I figure out how to change this. You can't get the same hold music. Just stare at the spiral and we'll be right back.
That's not a spiral.
I think my computer's having a fart again. I don't think it likes what I'm doing to it.
Computer's like, I don't like this scary music you're playing. No.
Oh my God, it's really going to do this to me. It's not clicking. You won't click. Does anybody know what to do with a computer that won't click? It's hard to explain. It's putting the file in an accessible place where I cannot access it. That's excessive. Wow, this delay is something else. Yeah, we're still streaming. Our computer's frozen in streaming mode. So it really best at this point if you just go ahead and drop trout.
Paul, can you hear me?
Let's check. Okay, that's better. I think we made it to some kind of safe place. 1 second. Now I can try to bring you into the OBS. This is basically my weekly sound check. I'd like to say I'm getting better at this, but every week it just feels like I'm just getting more of this. Okay, so let's see. It's okay. All's well that ends in disaster. Yes, I've considered the disintegration of the persistence of my memory, definitely. Let's see. I think I'm broadcasting this live. My humbled is truly professional. Let's boom. Okay, I'm lost in Zoom. Let's see if I can get you in the OBS. You know what's really fun is seeing how many pieces of software you can juggle. I think this one's going to do great, though. Okay. If something's not in a window, OBS hates it, I think it punishes you. Let's see, is this going to be my Zoom? No, it's not. It's a lie. We're going to see if we can get that. Oh, there we go. All right, this is working suspiciously well. Let me see if I can put myself... You guys are in a gaming store, it looks like. No. Oh, a studio. Awesome. The Waz. Right on. Hey, Todd. Thanks for tuning in. That's cool. Man, it's been a minute since I've been in Portland. I miss it. Let me see if I can figure out why this piece is still playing. Okay, let's see if I can get your audio here. This is I have a rudimentary studio here. I call it the F-hole, and it's not exactly why. Oh, you're not showing up window capture. Say something, Bernie.
No, he can't make me leave.
Oh, fantastic. I believe we have Berny voice, and your name is again. I'm terrible with names, so this will be like
Todd.
the only Todd. Todd. All right, I will remember Todd. Berny, you must be one of Bernie's cool music friends. He mentions.
Yeah, we also play an obscene amount of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I know that. I'm gonna try to muscle in on your games. I've got this. He's usually in the background here, but I have a character with a puppet, and he needs to live. Please join us on the show here, Todd, because now it's a twofer. It's like, and now I've got more extra special guests. And
I brought a +1.
Let's see if I'm streaming us and what kind of mess this is making.
They're actually
Not yet.
+5.
Okay.
There's like +7 in the room.
Well, my +1 brought several pluses.
We're gonna have this is F-hole +1. It's a new feature we're gonna do. It's basically for low level social media consumers, who only want like the first tier of armor and weapons like this. So this is your +1 guest. You'll get a +2 guest, +3 guest. Do you guys have a Holy Avenger guest? Because that would be dope.
Holy Avenger guest. No, I think I've got a Vorpal guest around here.
Vorpal guest would work. We were talking about that module last time, and let's see.
Lisa, would you like to cut someone's head off? No, never mind.
Lisa could
Guest,
become a
you'll get a +2 guest.
Now we're all
+3
talking
guest
to ourselves.
This
Do you
is the
guys have a
confusing
Holy
part.
Avenger
Okay,
guest?
Okay, good. Okay, good. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the F-Hole. I'm your host, Paul Mercer. After disposing of our last guest and getting rid of all the evidence, I have 2 long-distance guests who are safe. This is once again our elegant reader, Berny, Revenge of the Berny, and this is Todd, and they are coming to us live from Todd's studio in Portland, which is an old Hare Krishna temple.
Former Hare Krishna temple. The Waz.
The Waz.
It belongs to itself, but I'm glad to be the purveyor of it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of musical friends in Portland. You guys probably know them. They're
That's quite possible.
Ashkelon and.
If you're a string person, do you know people in the cello project?
No, most people I know up there have been like the goth kind of post-goth scene, or the
I probably know
dark
them
underground. Yeah, Soraya's my musician friend up there.
Oh yeah, Enrique is an old friend of mine.
Oh yeah, he's
I love that guy.
Yeah,
I've seen him perform amazing. I've seen him perform in like this underground, like super underground context, like under the influence of DMT and so forth. Like,
yeah,
he's a character, and I love that guy.
He is. We've toured together a bit and spent a lot of time in each other's houses. In fact,
that's really cool. I had no idea that you guys had this Bernie connection, because you have, I've known that guy since way before I ever met Bernie.
Right. He's one of, I went out there for Convergence 9, and then Convergence 13 was in 2007. So I was there in like 96, and then again in like 2007, and that's where I met Zoe Keating, Soraya, Jill Tracy, a bunch of people that I ended up kind of making.
Very cool. He just opened for Bauhaus.
Bauhaus in Mexico City. Yes, he is like a childlike happy with that.
And I saw this amazing performance that he did in the middle of the bog at Reed College, like a long time ago. And he had this, and there were all these frogs in the bog, and he had tape that were like frogs from somewhere else. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, from the Columbia, the water in the desert.
Yeah, he played this tape, and the frogs went crazy all around him, like before he started the performance, and like we were all literally like knee deep in mud. It was the craziest shit, right? And like then the frogs all like went with his tape, and he did this performance with it. It was fucking wild.
Man,
he played the frogs.
Yeah, he played with the frogs.
I have no idea how, if he like thought, if he knew that there would be frogs that would react to the tape. I think that it was just totally an accident.
Is this some druid magic?
Did
he command the frogs?
Well, that he went to Tuba, and then he and then he married the daughter.
He's
of
sort of a
one the
princess, yeah.
biggest
But before
church-
that, he was the first outsider, not the first outsider, but
No, he's the second one.
the second one. The first one was
the first one was
the
the
blind
guy.
guy.
That movie, yeah, the blind guy, yeah.
Uh,
But then he like married into tubing singing
He
royalty,
ended up not doing the
and like gets drunk with those guys and like has like weird
Jake-
fishing.
Jason said he didn't get married.
yeah. He had
Well, guys, we're gonna have Soraya on the F hole one of these days, because he's obviously fantastic, even to hear about third hand. So I'm the ghost of Paul Mercer. I'm here with my two guests who I'm going to haunt until they answer my trivia questions. We started reading some Strad magazines a couple of weeks ago, and I think that this is really close to the direction of the F hole. See, when I was in the violin business, I had all these magazines from Strad. The Strad is still published. Well, I had every issue starting in 1890. I started reading them sequentially, and it's a really acquired taste as far as like fiction or nonfiction even goes. There's a story in every issue, but I think you guys will really appreciate this story. We tried to do it last week, but the stellar sound at the F hole was in the way, and but that particular intern's been dealt with and replaced. So
They were delicious.
yes, it's fantastic. So I'm going to get back out this beautiful Delaglio, and we're going to go to June 1894, the first and, as far as I know, the only publication of this gem of florid violin fiction from the late 1800s. It's called Impassionelle, and it is the best proof I'm aware of in the music world or in history that Paganini is actually an alien. It's important to note that he was not, this is not postulating that he was an alien to begin with, although that is not ruled out, but definitely that after his death, he is ruling a planet on the other side of the galaxy where he is served by beautiful blind women and evidently likes to make deals for people's souls with violins. So I hope you enjoy this dramatic reading. I'm going to try to make Bernie's head really big and get out a fiddle. And Bernie, I'll cue you when I have when I'm violating my instrument here. Nothing I say sounds at all okay. To say, why do I keep getting a black hole in my head? There was this great billboard I saw once in Belgium. It said, "Black Hole, the final destination for true beer lovers."
The final destination.
The final destination for true beer lovers. It's actually on my YouTube. I used as a cover for video.
Is that when they give you like the henbane like beer that like has so much like fucking?
I have no idea. I never got to drink it. I have a feeling if I did, it would probably be a letdown. But okay, there we go. Now I have control.
Oh, it's an
over the
actual
taste.
beer called the Black Hole.
It's called Black Hole. Then
Just Black Hole. Got it.
there was a sign on the street, and it said "Black Hole, the final destination for true beer lovers." I love true beer lovers.
I think that they're definitely selling you like some beer that
I mean, it's Belgium.
Well,
They got
you-
pretty
has
good
some
beer.
very old ingredients, some very strange and evil ingredients.
I'm gonna make you guys a little less pink. So I think my graphics have also given you giant veins that go through your bodies. It's pretty ghoulish, actually.
We are lit by...
We are lit very brightly as well. I'm gonna
lit
work
somewhat
on your
brightly.
face. So this is my lighting guy, Thmule. Thmule's gonna make your chroma key work better. What does even a chroma key even do? Okay, so let's just make you up here. Oh, now you're a ghostly relic of the past too. Oh yes, positively spectral. Now the author of Impassionelle, what's his name again?
He died a long time ago.
He
Stuart
also
Grieg.
he
Stuart
was
Grieg.
also the author of
Stuart.
The Christmas Ghost.
No.
So if you like his work, there's at least one
Our
other work.
Christmas Ghost. Our Christmas
Our
Ghost.
Christmas Ghost.
The
not-
Christmas Ghost was a much better story written by a more successful author.
Oh, I see. Okay. This is There was like a big Victorian thing with ghosts at Christmas, right? And that was before Dickens, I think, that it kind of became a thing.
They
like the idea.
Yeah. Victorians liked dead. They liked the idea of an afterlife.
Yeah.
They really liked it.
No, it is. And Jared chimed in. He has like laughing faces. He's like, yep, no, that's cool. That's fucking perfect. You actually should give this whole thing you wrote to me to your therapist.
Wait, there's an invisible. We have just reached a +2 on the F hole. This is a first. We have 2 additional guests. This is a +2 show. A +2 show. Double Damage versus Elves.
Look, we're talking about some very important gaming shit.
I'm excited. It's +2. I'm
talking
saying
about some gaming stuff.
a +2 game. I mean, a +2 F hole is. This is a new high score. I love it. Thank you guys. Who's the +2?
That was Jason. He
Jason,
lives
hi,
here
Jason.
in the basement under the stairs.
Under the what are you double damage against, Jason?
What?
Oh, he's
what's your
double
special
damage against
property?
everything.
Nice.
He's double. He doesn't do double damage, but he does an extra 3d8 in sonic damage.
Ooh, you look a little
Anything
like
he hits.
You look a little like Kiefer Sutherland now. Look at that. You look like Kiefer Sutherland. I'm telling you.
Oh, Todd.
Oh, Todd looks like Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
What? No. You look like Kiefer. You both look like Kiefer Sutherland. I think this is a Kiefer Sutherland filter. Look at that. I'm sitting between Kiefer and Kiefer. Multi-Keef. Can you do this for me? Can you be Jesus, Todd, and Bernie? Bernie, you be Jesus. Todd, you're going to be Peter, and what I need you to do is you're going to offer Peter some bread. Okay, then when he takes it, he's going to go. Then you're going to tell him, "You're eating my body, Peter." And then you're going to go once a month, because he's got to be grossed out.
Bread, it's hat, this is my body.
Man, this is wow.
All right, hand it to you. You have to wait for me to hand it to you. Just
No,
sit there and
I'm
reply.
supposed to eat it?
Yeah, you're Peter. You're Peter.
Oh, I'm Peter. No, I thought I was Jesus. No, you're
No, he's got to be Jesus.
Okay.
Why am I Jesus? I don't look anything like Jesus. I look like a Peter.
We got to be a bully. You know the scene in Lost Boys where you're eating maggots, Michael? Like they give him the vampires give him the.
I remember
bowl of-
this.
Oh,
Vaguely.
never mind. Okay, so there's
Was Kiefer Sutherland Jesus in that movie?
no. He's a vampire, and he's being a
He
jerk
was
to the main
vampire
character.
Charles Manson.
And then he's like, hey, Michael, want some rice? And the guy goes, yeah, and he starts eating it. And he goes, you're eating maggots, Michael. And he looks at the rice and it's maggots, and he spits it out. And then he goes, oh, hey, have some noodles. You're eating worms, Michael. So I thought it'd be funny if Jesus did this to Peter at the Last Supper, just kind of good-natured vampire bullied him.
I love the way that what I love most about The Lost Boys is how regional a movie it is. It's like totally located in Santa Cruz. You know what I mean?
It is, yeah.
And if
it's
you've
like
ever been to Santa Cruz, I mean, like it's like completely located there.
What's the name of the town in Lost Boys? Because it's probably it's a play on it, kind of like a.
I don't remember, but it's definitely all filmed there. As another interesting piece of media about Santa Cruz, and I wouldn't be surprised if this property isn't going to be developed. But have you ever read the Santa Roga Barrier? It's a book by Frank Herbert.
Frank Herbert.
And so he's huge now because of Dune, right? And so, but the Santa Roga Barrier is set in 1970s America, like this kind of alternate weird. It's like one of 2 or 3 books that he wrote that are almost like more like Frank Herbert doing Philip K. Dick. And the Santa Roga Barrier is amazing, where the main character is a detective that's hired by the purveyors of major supermarket chains, like the Krogers or whatever of the world, right? And he needs to go to Santa Roga because every time they try to open a store there, it doesn't work, no matter how like good prices they have. Like the all the people there just want to go to their own stores, and they want to like go to their own weird little hippie things, right? And what happens eventually is that he realizes that there is a intelligent yeast, like that has a group mind, and it's called Jaspers. And everybody in the town like drinks beer and like kombucha and like cheese that's like made by this stuff all the time. And they like are like, you know, they're like slowly taken over by this, and it can like do magic a little bit, like it can like make things happen, right? And I mean, you could make an incredible movie with it about this, like with no budget.
Sounds like The Stuff with like extra powers. Remember The Stuff?
Yeah.
Can't get enough.
Totally. No, the stuff.
If the stuff didn't kill you, it cared for you.
Yeah, no, it cares for you as long as you don't fuck with it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, and it's this funny thing is like the end is just like, you know, him like, you know what? Fuck it. This place is awesome. I'm gonna like totally marry my girlfriend and let this thing like fucking make me like a chill fucking motherfucker. That's it. Like that's the fucking story.
Was it just me, or was our childhood filled with these stories of resisting temptation, and you were always at the end of it, you're like, why did you do?
Why did they do
it's
that?
It's like Fantasy Island, and why was everybody's fantasy like, I want to know what it was like to be in the Spanish Inquisition?
Yeah, what the fuck, right?
You know, then and all the vampire movies are like, you meet the hot vampire girl and she's seducing you, and you just, you know, she wants you to go, or you know, you can go live forever with her, but no, you would much rather grow old and die.
Yeah.
Near Black's the best of the bunch, I think of the.
Oh yeah, Near Dark. Near
Dark, yeah.
That movie is so good. Also, The Hunger.
Oh, love it.
The Hunger, yeah, that's.
Yeah, but I love Near Dark. Like I was so obsessed with that movie, and it turned me on to Tangerine Dream, which totally changed my life.
Oh man, we're gonna get some Tangerine Dream. Let's do Impassionelle to the. We've got to do the soothing sounds of the violin to Impassionelle. Then maybe we'll do some Strad Magazine readings to some homages to Peter to John Carpenter and Tangerine, because now that you mention it, I'm in a mode. I do have Impassionelle's incredible voice that she so modestly talks about, Bernie.
What?
Oh yeah, she's Yeah, very. I mean, when Impassionelle sings, birds drop out of trees dead and shit. Apparently, according to the author.
From sadness.
From sadness, that's right.
From sadness and beauty communicated so magnificently.
You should definitely come to Portland, because you'd love my collection. I have this amazing recent find, this Ignacio by Vangelis.
Oh yeah,
early Vangelis thing. That's a soundtrack.
I'm familiar with it.
Absolutely gorgeous. And also this guy right here, another Vangelis thing, like this weird like live performance. I don't know exactly what it is, but just really not like anything that you expect from Vangelis. It's similar to early Tangerine Dream, that like super still, crazy stuff like Zeit,
I just heard something really ridiculous the other day that I loved. It was, or I saw a live video of Focus by Hocus Pocus, but they're like playing on the BBC back in the day.
Oh, that would be so good.
The guy, that guy's a madman. I love how twitchy he gets.
Thank you. By the way, I was just trying to remember the name of that song and the name of the band last time, and I couldn't for the life of me remember.
I think for the longest time I thought the song was Hocus Pocus and the band was Focus.
Yeah.
Oh. That would make sense, sort of.
Wait,
I'm
the other way
not
around?
Sure. Is it that way? I don't see.
I think that's the way it actually is. I think the band is called Focus.
And the song is called Hocus Pocus.
I mean, I remember reading about them in the Gildebrolder Encyclopedia of Progressive Rock. That's what turned me on.
I have a difficulty remembering anything with two choices. If you say like these memory sort of mnemonics that people use to remember things, I hate them. When they'll be like, red touches yellow, kills a fellow, or red touches black, good for Jack. And I'm like, red touches black, kills Jack, touches yellow is good for fellow. Like,
I would love to learn more about Memory Palace stuff, but when I actually look into the culture
the House of Memory, yeah.
Weird.
My memory is a sniper firing bullets at me that I'm trying to catch, but he's very bad.
That's a great way to put it. So let's take ourselves to the fascinating world of oh my goodness, I've got us all messed up on the screen here. I forgot I'm not in the whoops, there we go. I forgot I was in the wrong let's see if we can do this. So I spend most of my time chasing these interns. No, that doesn't sound good. Making these interns do their jobs and make us look. Really cool.
You put them in cages when you're done with them, and you won't let them keep their first name.
Yeah, what do you do with their interns? Like,
I'm not telling you that. I'm not accusing you. I'm saying that's what you should be doing.
Are they hot?
Wait your turn with the other intern. Isn't that like
irrelevant? They're interns.
I love how, like, as a species, we suddenly acted surprised that, like, this past couple of years, it's like, oh man, did you know that the casting couch was a thing, and that priests are creepy? Like, how did that?
Like, oh really?
How is that? How is that surprising to anybody?
People in Omaha, Nebraska, finally got the news. And boy, were they upset.
I'm going to just move this thing over here. Yeah. Nah, it bothers me if I can't be on the same plane of existence with you guys. So I'm just going to come slide myself in. I don't mind if I make your head bigger, do you? Smaller, bigger?
Can you?
I'd like to make your head as large as possible now that you look like Kiefer Sutherland.
Do I? I really don't.
You both look like Kiefer Sutherland. I maintain this. If you guys want to weigh in on the comments below, what does weighing in on the comments really mean when you weigh in on a comment? You weigh.
I mean, I think it's a boxing.
Other people are watching.
It's a box. Yeah, we have viewers.
That's possible.
It's a boxing reference.
Other people are watching it. We've had
wrestling
crowds as large as 7 or 8 people here on the F1.
Oh wow!
I
love all those people.
Yeah, I do too. I love every single one of them. We have had some regular people here. One of there's something in Atlanta you might be interested in called the Guthman New Musical Instrument Competition, and it's like people designing new instruments, electronic instruments, acoustic instruments, anything. And they hold the finals. In
that
Atlanta
sounds like something that's straight up a bunch of my homies' alley.
It's really really fascinating.
A good friend of mine just bought a house with a shop on it, and he has fantasies of making enormous mechanical hurdy-gurdy type objects.
Oh, lovely.
Let's see. So every week, usually, one of our regulars here is Aaron Lanternman. He's a professor of engineering over at Georgia Tech, and he's one of the people involved in it. So he tells me about it every year and them come out. It's something worth seeing.
Pretty amazing, yeah.
So, Bernie, I feel lazy, so I'm gonna do 21st century violin here. Let's get to Impassionelle, because people want to hear this truth that needs to get out. Paganini and his home planet.
Are we talking about the weird? Is this the weird
We've talked about
argument about?
No. This is this is film fiction. This is some Victorian fiction, Edwardian, 1790s.
1893, June 1893, in the Strad Magazine.
1893.
Wait, are we going to talk about the weird thing with the rosin or the?
Yeah, well, we'll circle around to this. First, we have to find out. Yes, this
is so. This genre of fiction was published in the 1890s in the Strad Magazine, which is still published today. But every story had this like ridiculously romantic story about a violin in it. In like really like penny a word kind of kind of stilted language of the time, because people were very, very passionate about the violin at that time. Like, so they were, kind of obsessed with it, and especially still obsessed with Paganini 40 years after the dude died. So, it's like this is a very acquired taste. But if you like the genre, which I think there are I think there's one other person in the world that likes this stuff besides me. Because it's special, but this is true about Paganini. I'm gonna get I don't know what this violin's name is. She's been here with me all year.
What are other violins you've known names been?
Well, I have there's Abigail and Daphne and Henrietta and Cordelia.
Cordelia?
They're all ladies. That makes sense.
So far, I've known a violin named Albatross and another named Frank, but they weren't mine. I mean, I'm not saying that, there's anything to it. I don't really name them exactly, but but it's just one day I look at it and I'm like, oh, hey, so and so. This is but this is Last of the V8 Interceptors. This is currently my best working title for it. It's the last work of one of the last works of the last maker of the Cremonese school. So, in Mantua in 1823, the city was under siege by the Holy Roman Empire until the plague, smallpox. Yeah, smallpox came and laid waste to the besieging army. Then they opened the gates to the city, and then smallpox laid waste to Mantua, and the Holy Roman Empire came back 2 years later, and Mantua was sick, and they weren't, and so they took it over on behalf of, I think, Milan or Naples, and that's when they stopped making violins in this style, pretty much the end. So the school of Stradivarius and Guarneri del Gesù and Bergonzi, Amati, all those guys, this is the last of the pattern to be made. They didn't make it. It got so shitty in that part of Italy that nobody made violins there again for about 60 or 70 years, and then it was on a totally different pattern imported from Austria. So this was a interesting fact of that plague. They had a way of inoculating against smallpox that involved taking a child, an infant with cowpox, and taking pus from the sores that the blisters on the child, and
I've read about
under
this.
the skin. They did this in Mantua for this outbreak, and the problem was they picked the child of a woman who had syphilis. So everybody who got the inoculation got syphilis, or a lot of them did. So it was a really tough time, and it's no wonder he stopped making violins. And this one's made of Appio maple, which is just across the river, Po River from Mantua. So he wasn't able to go very far afield for wood. You can tell it's like dark. It's a dark time. All these violins are like, plague, hold my beer.
Well, I mean, it was a pretty good time for syphilis.
Yes, it was a great time for syphilis, and I believe that syphilis is very.
Do you know
very,
much
very,
about the
very,
science
very,
of the way that picking wood from different geological strata created different effects?
Yeah, so the Little Ice Age, a cool period in Europe in 1600s, and 1700s, they or I guess no 1400s through the 1600s. The evidence for that was discovered, and later, really, the evidence that one of the big keys that drove the hypothesis of global warming came from the violin business. The value of instruments is so great, and any science or technology that can tell the genuine from the fake, or to help you certify something, and also help you figure out their engineering secrets, because nobody's been able to make violins like these since.
Right.
It's a lost skill. So a lot of research went into it, and there's the science of dendrochronology, which is like measuring tree rings and stuff like that, and telling climate patterns, came from trying to authenticate Crimini's instruments, and because a lot of the wood that they used had a growing period through the Little Ice Age, and that was one of the hypotheses, because the spruce, for instance, would be very, very tightly grained because of very short growing seasons and very regular. But really, the summing it up into like it's the choice of wood or it's the formula of the varnish, like we'll hear these guys argue about it.
Well, I thought there was also like maybe Stradivarius picked like trees that were near certain like geological kind of like types of minerals or whatever.
Yeah, he picked the trees. He did. He soaked the wood in a potash mixture, and that had some volcanic ash in it, and that caused a.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm thinking about.
But it's like whenever you hear somebody say something like Stradivarius' secret discovered.
Right.
Yeah, I've played 3 of them, including like one of the very best ever like that survives. You know, there's and it was like French kissing the Mona Lisa, and to take an object like that, to take a I mean, this is literally a +5 weapon. It's a +5 hands down.
Yeah.
You know, and it does things that skirt the laws of physics. It's perfectly engineered, and there's a hole to it that you can't sum up with a particular secret, because it just, I mean, they've been examined, and people have tried all kinds of things, and I think there's some really great violin makers alive today. But the real truth is, Stradivarius was born in a town where everybody made violins. He loved to make violins. He was sitting at his dad's knee watching violins be made when he was 5 years old. He was taught by his neighbor's grandfather, who was taught by his grandfather, and you know, and he worked in one place in a relatively peaceful time, doing one thing that he loved with a stable income, hit for 94 years, and did nothing but make these perfect works. So it's like it's kind of like when I hear somebody say like a secret of Stradivarius, it's like they're missing the point. It's like if you go, the secret of the Sistine Chapel ceiling is there's this.
Yeah,
this
no, that's just something that I heard, that I thought that I remembered that I heard.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That was one of the things about it, was that there was some kind of, my idea was that I was thinking that there was some kind of like, you know, mineral component that had somehow transferred to the wood from where it had grown. That might have been part of the way that it was resonating, right? Like, does that make sense?
There definitely is.
Or is that not part of it?
It absolutely is. The minerals that are in the wood have to do, you know, they affect the density and the structure of the wood. And one interesting thing is Stradivarius, for instance, he never let anybody go into the woods with him when he cut down the trees. He cut down the trees by himself, with nobody around. A lot of them did that, but you know, other things were interesting though. Like they all, like all the Crimini's makers, there's the only violins that are considered as good are another maker who like literally was working down the street at the time. That's Joseph Guarneri del Gesù. And then there's the brothers Amati before them, and del Gesù's, these are like lineages. And it's kind of like art, where like you have some artists who are just consistently knocking it out of the ballpark, and you have other artists who have like one great painting that everybody knows, and the violins at that time are kind of like that. But it's amazing how much, like, they all used the same varnish formula, which was also used on cabinets they made in Cremona, and they went to the same church, they played in the same town square, their kids married each other. It was like a violin, violin making mecca at the time, or not a mecca. It was just this perfect.
So if there were secrets, everybody else knew them. It was just Stradivarius did it very well, and that's why we know the name.
Well, no, he advanced the construction of the violin quite a bit. This is all right. So this is the last of the. I don't know if I can remember where the camera's pointing. So we're talking about violins. If you ask me, if I talk about violins, I just lose all concept of time. These so this is Giuseppe Dall'Aglio, and now he's the school of Stradivarius, but this pattern was actually Stradivarius's, I wouldn't say competitor, but the other great maker at his time was Joseph Guarneri del Gesù, and their instruments were radically different. They both took the violin design and pushed it in some new directions, and they're highly individual. So it's really interesting, and that's a key with Italian violins in general. Like if you're appraising violins, that like I'll look at a violin and I'll try to rule out whether it's French or German or English, and then if it doesn't look like anything else, it's Italian or American. And the Italians would look very different one from another. So there's a lot of experimentation that went on, but they kind of, most violin makers copy another maker, and only occasionally does one do something different that catches on. But this was made with an outside mold, and and it's kind of an interesting. He was the student of Pietro Guarneri, who was Joseph del Gesù's son, and Pietro Guarneri wanted to be a violinist, not a violin maker. So he toured, but it was a really shitty time to tour because of the war with the Holy Roman Empire. So he ended up settling. I guess he didn't like his dad, so he settled, one town over in Mantua, and then he taught one guy, and that's Dallaglio. So this is the last one doing one like that. It's really interesting. It's a very occult world, the violin world.
Yeah, I have a number of questions, but let's let Bernie do this performance, and then maybe we'll talk on other times.
Yeah, let's talk violence. So I'll let you take it away, Bernie. I'm going to get some more reverb because I think it's important.
While you're getting reverb, I just want to say, I feel the story about that town, to me, clearly is a small community dedicated to a specific skill for so many generations that they reached like a peak in that skill.
Mm-hmm.
And then they produced a virtuoso innovator.
Right.
And that's just how you get that guy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you can't have him without the time. Although there's a maker in Austria that was completely unconnected from anyone named Jakob Steiner, whose violins he's in the same level of quality. And once again, entirely different manufacturer.
Just really quickly, are you also a fan of nickel harpa music?
Nickel harpa is it's all right. I like Hardanger fiddle a lot.
Yeah, that shit is amazing. Yeah.
Let me tune before we start this time, Bernie. That'll be a real improvement on last week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to move ahead. Hold on 1 second. And I got this great crack staff here, meaning my staff.
Did you say your crack staff?
A crack staff. My name.
Are you the
Oliver,
crack pope?
I am Oliver Crackstaff, and I'm here to clean the giant's ass.
Remember that song, Crack
Hitler? Crack Hitler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Crack Hitler. Crack Hitler.
Yeah, it's a Faith No More song.
I love
really, really great song.
I'm not familiar with Crack Hitler, but I like it already. Apologies, I've got to cut some things out of my my weird little chain of crap on Ableton Live. What is all this stuff you've been doing here? Where did this come from? Okay. All right, now we can proceed.
Okay, cool. I just brought it up because you left down there. I needed out of it.
We just reached +3. We are a +3 podcast. I mean, is it a podcast? I don't even know what a podcast is. Let's see. Something the pod people do. hot people.
I apologize. We had a very noisy audience member exit.
No, I'm really, I think it's fantastic. I'm trying to get the interstellar sounds of Impassionelle's space flight with Paganini's violin. I played 2 instruments that belonged to Paganini, and it was not disappointing because they were amazing, but was really hoping for like some Paganini left in them, but
Be honest, you were hoping for some sort of diabolic
an apparition, yes, to appear and give me the ninja secrets of violin, the ninja scrolls of romantic violin, but no such luck. But he did gamble them away to the Count of Counts. Oh God, what's his name? Sforza, the Duke of Sforza. Okay. And this begins Impassionelle. I'm gonna shut up.
My name's Paul. I like violins a lot.
Priceless.
You would love my friend Rob. He is a long-time player, but he's more of a fiddler. But he really likes Bulgarian music.
As you like.
That's mainly what he plays these days. But he can like get drunk and play like 200 Irish tunes, and of course when not even he just.
Well, you have to be to play those.
Yeah, he just knows them all.
Impassionelle by Stuart Grieg. Impassionelle, her voice so marvelous, immortalized to fame, a being destined for the starry universe. It was with a deep, heart-stricken sigh that Nietz Genève sank into his easy chair and, young man though he was, placed his hands before his face, and tears, bitter tears, dropped from between his fingers. He had, at this period of his youthful existence, just experienced a severe and cruel disappointment. For some time, he had been graduating at the conservatoire as a promising violinist, and the future awaiting him was painted in iridescent colors. At least so it then appeared to him. And his ultimate success would be in receiving the Legion of Honor, for which he had studied so hard. But alas, after waiting with feverish impatience, the result found his hopes dashed to the ground, and all the weary work to be renewed for a fresh examination. How is it, he soliloquized, that I have failed in this attempt? Never did I play with such feeling as when I exhibited before the examiners. Surely it is impossible to attain what the soul desires. It is not impossible, said a sweet, harmonious voice close to him. He started. Was his brain so overstrung that it refused to act in its usual capacity, and instead was conjuring up some strange phantasm? For standing in the lurid glow of the firelight was a woman of ethereal beauty, clad in a black robe hanging loosely from the shoulders. every fold in it clinging gracefully to her perfect form. Her neck and arms were as polished marble, in vivid contrast against the black robe. Smiling sadly upon Nietz, she repeated, "It is not impossible. Whence I come, they pity thee, and have sent me hither to convey thee to the realm where we exist. Thine efforts upon this planet have been recognized with favor, and if thou art willing, thou shalt be imbued with the divine, soul-inspiring art of music such as cannot be attained on this earth of thine. I come from a musical Elysium where the souls of the great maestros find rest throughout eternity. There shalt thou come in contact with them and hear their masterpieces. Wilt thou accompany me?" It was with a heart throbbing with excitement that he answered earnestly, "I will. I am so favored. And with thee as my guide, beauteous stranger, I fear not the step I take. Tell me thy name." "I am called Impassionelle. For when I sing, my sad tones penetrate the souls of all who listen, and they weep. The birds droop their wings and are silent. The leaves on the trees cease their rustling. Yea, even the very wind stirs not as if entranced by my voice. It is so sad and impassioned. But come, place thine hand in mine and close thine eyes. Then will I transport thee to that sublime planet where music in its true and perfect harmony prevails." Obeying the command, Genev immediately felt as if he was sinking. "Now open thine eyes and feel the presence of the Omnipotent, and gaze upon the grandeur of his mighty power, such as no living soul before has seen or felt. Thou art indeed privileged," said his guide. To his astonishment, he found they were floating in space, a truly awful proposition. And but for the magnetic touch of Impassionelle, he would have been hurled into an unfathomable abyss. It was a clear, frosty night. The moon shed a softened light over the starry universe. Behind him was a huge black ball, undoubtedly the Earth, which grew gradually smaller and smaller as they wafted on, until it was lost to view. A pang of remorse shot through him at the thought of leaving it. But the feeling of fascination for the being at his side overcame any other thought. Impassionelle, placing her hand across his eyes, cast him into a sleep, where a vision as of great light surrounded him, getting brighter as they proceeded. The atmosphere was warm and balmy, grass soft and velvety, bestrewn with various colored flowers spread beneath it. Birds of brilliant plumage shot hither and thither. Butterflies of every hue fluttered past, resting on the petals of flowers that vied in color with the birds and butterflies. The soft wind sighed in harmony with the rustle of the trees, but above all rose and swelled a voice divine in its excellence, such as he had never upon earth listened to. The songstress was Impassionelle, and a look of sadness and childlike innocence illumined her face, which enchanted me yet. How grand, how marvelous! Surely he did not wrong in worshipping this creature who excelled in producing such rich, expressive tones. Melody dying away in a soft, dreamy cadence. She stood silent, as if overpowered with her song. How long hast thou been attaining such power and skill? He asked. 2,000 years ago, I left the earth at the age of 18, she answered. And my soul, destined for this abode, has during that time been cultivated as thou hast heard it, and each time I sing is more impressive than the last. In appearance, we all remain as at the time when the soul is disembodied, though I, with one exception, lack one thing. And that is, he asked, I see not as mortals do, for I am blind. Blind, echoed Nietz. Blind. Oh, I pity thee to be denied the privilege of beholding the wonderful hand of nature, this glorious land of thine. But thou walkest not with outstretched hands, as usual to the blind, and thine eyes lose not their light, but remain clear and expressive. Why is this? For the simple fact that my sense of touch, and also an instinctive feeling I am possessed of, is so keen as to save me from stumbling or danger. Besides, I fear no danger in this region. I will show thee how true this instinct is by describing thyself. Holding his hand silently, she at length spoke. Thou art tall and slender, thy features plain and cadaverous, thy hair dark, long, and curling. Thou art worn and ill with weary work, and a feverish fire lights up thy sad, dark eye in eager anticipation of what has just been denied thee. Am I not correct? Thou art. But tell me the reason why thou shouldst be deprived of sight. I do not need it. To me, music in its perfect state is the soul's creation. I require not to see, but to hear it as transferred from the brain by voice or touch. Did not the great maestro Handel become blind as he excelled in his art? And his melodies convey to the listener a touching pathos and passionate appeal to the feelings. But stay, I feel the summons commanding our presence before the Grand Maestro. And taking his hand, Nietz fell into a lethargy, from which he awoke to find himself in a comfortable study, the wall of which on one side was lined with books, and the other with valuable musical instruments, some dating back many years, and strange in their form and make. At the table sat the maestro Paganini, writing, and beside him lay his enchanted and demoniacal violin, the facsimile of the one he resigned to its fate upon earth.
also books, and everything in the room were models of those he had left behind him. But when his soul was disembodied, he found upon his arrival in this musical abode his favorite books and beloved instrument waiting in readiness to be handled by their master. And he was thus enabled to reproduce the weird melodies and masterpieces in a much higher degree than upon earth. He was attired in a long, somber robe, fastened at the waist by a silken girdle, and his thin, attenuated figure appeared to be thinner and taller than when upon earth. Indeed, he was a being all arms and legs, the very personification of an animated skeleton. On each side of his cadaverous face was a long, curved wrinkle, precisely similar to the F on his own violin, and a fixed, sarcastic sneer rested upon his lips. When Yitz entered with his guide, he rose and, fixing his piercing eyes upon him, said, "I was expecting thee, my son, and have watched over thy interests and admired thy perseverance and the strenuous efforts thou hast made to succeed in thy musical career. And if thou wilt obey my commands, a brilliant future is open to thee for the space of a year. Then shalt thou cast off thy mortal guise and enter this planet as one of us, and complete the education I now commence. For 1 year the world shalt worship thee and believe the spirit of the dead Paganini has taken possession of thee. Mortals will crowd around and raise thee to the highest pinnacle of fame. Thou shalt be the marvel of the age and achieve in that brief period greater honors than I did before thee." "But how," said Janef excitedly, "shall I accomplish this? For in comparison to thee, I am but a poor musician." "I will tell thee." And pointing to his violin, the maestro said, "There lies the instrument of thy success, and thou hast sufficient skill wherewith to show the world the masterpiece I have just composed. Then all will listen and fear thee, being amazed at thy wonderful talent. Thou shalt be transported to Italy, where thou must give an exhibition of my compositions, the appreciation of which shall be great, ensuring for thee much success." Here the maestro raised his violin and executed a work that thrilled and fascinated Janef. A piece descriptive of the infernal regions, terrible to a degree such as the brain of a madman only could create. Wonderfully intricate and passionate, yet with all in some passages expressive and melodious. Could it be true, thought Niels, that this celebrated instrument was really enchanting? As the claw-like fingers of its master manipulated, it gave forth these marvelous strains at will. When the final chord was played, Paganini sank into his chair and bade Janef try his skill, which he half reluctantly obeyed, as if afraid to touch it. However, fear gave place to excitement when he found, to his astonishment, that he was able to read at sight the piece Inferno. "That is well," said the maestro. study it diligently, and thou shalt reap the benefit. I grant thee for the duration of a year the possession of my favorite instrument, Buckland. Let it not leave thee. Return here with it, or thou incurrest my displeasure, and the consequences shall be terrible in the extreme. Now go! Thou hast the key of great success in thine hand, wherewith to charm the mortal world. And rest assured we shall watch over thee. And when thou enterest this region in an immortal state, thou shalt associate with our musical brethren and be instructed in the true musical art. Farewell. And placing his hand across Genev's eyes, he immediately sank into a peaceful lethargy. When he opened them, he was in a strange land. Italy, the sunny southern clime. It was here he was to distinguish himself by executing brilliant works of the immortal and weird composer.
Immortal and weird.
Some months have elapsed, and the words of the maestro were being fully realized. Genève had undoubtedly created a furor. The nation was thunderstruck and burning with enthusiasm for the young musician, who was the living image of the once celebrated virtuoso Paganini. All wondered and puzzled how he had become possessed of this magic violin, and the conclusion ultimately arrived at was that Genève, a supernatural being, had taken upon himself a mortal state, enabling him to present the world with these works done. Amongst his numerous acquaintances was one, the Count Cervanti, who admired and him by his invention, though several concerning the Count. Nietz unwisely refused to listen to any calumnies that, as he considered, were caused through jealousy, and continued his friendship, utterly ignoring the friendly warning, and finally, to show how he resented such interference, accepted the Count's invitation. Waited some distance from where Genève resided. So the day before the expiration of the year found Nietz partaking of the Count's hospitality, charming him with extraordinary skill, which he executed the studies of his immortal. Upon retiring, he sat with his violin beside him, plunged in deep thought, wondering if the statements about the Count's treacherous disposition had foundation, as an incident had occurred during the corroborated the facts. He had suddenly surprised him examining his instrument, starting in a guilty manner upon Genève's. "Failed to catch the plausible excuse," he muttered. "But surely no base design upon it." Though when he considered the immense value and the temptation offered in securing such a prize, it certainly was his duty to keep strict watch over it. However, the night passed witut anything unusual happening. Rising early, he wandered into the glorious garden, where all was flooded in golden sunlight, inducing the birds to test their vocal powers in giving forth a burst of joyous song. Each little songster, endeavoring to excel in his warblings, his equally ambitious confrère. And as he slowly turned towards an arbor of hanging plants, trailing their tendrils in wild profusion across the path, he met the Count, taking his morning, tempting an appetite for the early meal. Genève,
When he looked into his face and saw the good nature and friendly kindness there, reproached himself for his ridiculous and unjust fancies, especially when the Count drew his arm within his own and invited him to view the beauty of his grace. "Come, I will show you my tomb," said the Count, smiling, as Ginevre looked puzzled. "It is customary sometimes for one like myself to express a wish that his eternal resting place shall be where his happy existence was spent. Would not you prefer it?" "I think I should," answered Nietz, "especially in such a paradise as this." After walking some yards further, they came in view of the noble structure. "Here we are. What think you of the exterior?" Ginevre was struck with admiration at the massive granite setup, all its sacred beauty. A feathery tree overspreading it, waving its branches, weeping in sorrow on the beautiful tomb. Soft wind playing gently through, murmuring spiritual soul, symbolic of the soul. An entrance was gained by a door studded and clamped with iron, opened by a spring, the secret of which was alone known to the Count, and described by him in his last will and testament. "Now, my dear Ginevre, I have a special favor to ask for you, and that is after breakfast. Enter this tomb with me, and as it were, consecrated with your entrancing and divine music." "Certainly, if you desire it, Count," said Nietz, who was rather fascinated by the idea. After the meal, the two bent their steps towards the tomb. Why, Nietz wondered, when he again faced it, why did he feel oppressed with the desire to turn away? It even appeared to him as if the soft, sweet music through the graceful tree had changed in tone, giving place to a long, low, wailing moan, as if to warn him of some threatened danger. But the Count had opened the door, and, lighting a lamp he had furnished himself, left him no time to hesitate. Descending a flight of stone steps, he requested Ginevre to follow him, which she did. He was astonished to find, instead of the cold, vault-like appearance usual in such a place, that heavy tapestry hung on the four walls, and that there were receptacles for his numerous treasures and books. "You intend resting in a luxurious grave, which dispenses with the horror attending a burial," said Ginevre, kneeling down to unstrap his case. "Certainly, that is what I do. The light is out. No matter, it is soon relit." And as Ginevre stood up, he was suddenly seized by the throat and stabbed in the region of the heart. The suddenness of the blow staggered him, and taking advantage of the darkness, the hideous and treacherous Count sped across the vault and up the steps, clashing the heavy door behind him, thus entombed. How was it he remained standing there? Why did he not fall? Placing his hand to his side, he drew from his pocket a round, flat wooden box in which he kept his violin strings, and penetrating the lid was the broken point of a stiletto. "Saved! Thank God!" he murmured. "By the means of the noble instrument committed to my care. This wretch has evidently laid his plans well. He intends returning when he believes my body is cold to finish his dastardly deed by carrying off my violin. I will wait for him and avenge the action." He waited listen to the slightest sound. But in vain. His enforced task wearied him. In spite of his firm resolution to wake, sleep at last overpowered him and gently closed his eyes. How long he slept he could not say, when he was aroused by a dull, heavy fall. Starting up, he was astonished to find Impassionelle facing him in all her radiant beauty. Impassionelle, thou hast come to aid me, he cried. Canst thou have forgotten this is the expiration of thy time upon earth, and I am here to transport thee to thy future home? But look behind thee, and see how the perfidy of thy pretended friend has been avenged by our great maestro. Genef turned and shuddered, for stretched lifeless on the ground of his own tomb was the Count, one hand grasping. A look of intense terror was visible on his features, as if some terrible spectacle had been witnessed. With lightning swiftness deprived him of his wretched life. Genef, speechless, turned to Impassionelle, but she, divining the question he would ask, said, "It is denied to thee the knowledge of how yon mortal has paid the penalty of his crime through terrible death in its action. And as thou hast fulfilled thy mission, here I will transport thee. But hear me. During thy transition, open not thine eyes, else danger will befall thee on the way, and the consequences will be dangerous in the extreme." "I obey," said he, sadly. "Take me from this frightful presence." "Thou sayest well. It is indeed a fearful sight, a death well worthy of one so base and cowardly." And placing her hand within his, he experienced the drowsy sensation. Darker and darker grew as they sped on, the soft atmosphere of Italy giving place to the cold, frosty air and chilly moonlight. A desire to look at his companion, although he was forbidden to do so, now possessed him. At last a song, pure and melodious, rang through the awful silence. Genef was entranced before. This time it still overpowered him that, disobeying the injunction, he opened his eyes and gazed enraptured at the lovely creature. The thrilling beauty of the song touched her soul, for tears glistening as sparkling gems were shining in her sightless eyes. She was indeed ethereal, a being destined for the starry universe to grace it with her immortal presence. Was it not presumption, he thought, on his part to worship her? Yet had he not consented to pass from the planet, so that he might be influenced by the spiritual radiance of this beautiful creature? He passionately endeavored to raise her hand to his lips. But his movement was at once detected by Impassionelle, who, hastily intending to withdraw it, the hands unclasped, and Nietz Genef was hurled, dashed down with terrible velocity from space. Suddenly he sustained a concussion of great force, which awoke him. Blind, he was lying on the floor of his own study, the firelight flashing close to his face. "Impassionelle!" he cried. "Where art thou?" It was then he discovered the fact that during the last 5 minutes he had fallen asleep. What he had just experienced was but a vision vivid in the extreme.
That was
That's a very special piece of violin fiction.
that was one of the I honestly and truly was completely caught off guard by that ending the first time I read it, and
Me
it was
too.
the reason I agreed to read this piece.
I actually wonder if maybe, I mean, because the Strad Magazine, that's one of the longest stories I've seen in there. They typically were shooting for some really short ones, and then I wondered like if the story got pared down, or if they were like, this ending is unacceptable. I mean, you just don't know. It's A.B. Hill and Sons. They were out to get.
Well, I mean, what I thought that was interesting about it was a piece of violin fiction that I would really love to come and guest and read on your thing is, of course, I wonder if you've done it before, the music of Eric Zahn.
Oh, come on, yeah.
I actually have done that as a radio theater production, and I did a theater run in San Francisco. I did a script. I did a 2-man show.
Well traveled material for you.
Yeah.
I'm actually
got an album.
I'm working on a
series of recordings based on it.
Yeah, there's the radio theater thing's recorded, but that was with Atlanta Radio Theater Company.
It's definitely one of his best works for sure.
Yeah, I love it. The thing I love about that story the most is when in the end, basically he stumbles downstairs in the night because he's run across Eric Zahn. He's playing, he's dead, right? And his teeth are chattering and stuff. And he goes running out and he looks out the window and the street's gone. He just sees a field of stars and he runs out. And then after that, he not only can he not find the house, he can't find the street or the part of town. Like reality edited itself.
The whole area, the whole route to whatever. Yeah.
If I recall correctly, my deep Lovecraft related lore, the things he sees out the window, I believe, see the pipers?
I don't know. I think he just sees like the limitless gulf of space and time. I've got a picture of me dressed as Eric Zahn. Hilariously, I don't know how to edit my IMDb. So the picture that ended up on my IMDb was me dressed as Eric Zahn for this play in San Francisco for years. So basically in this play, I would wear this hat that had yak hair in it, so like white hair. And I wore this big overcoat, and I played it's a little jewel box theater called Hypnodrome in San Francisco. It's gone now. But they did like the Creep Show Camp for Kids. So it's like a Grand Guignol theater. So they, but I would have my face done really ghastly, like I was dead. And then my back would be to the audience during the whole thing. So it was only like a 10-minute, 12-minute run piece. And there's a guy with the narrator basically is walking back and forth with a candle. And then I'm facing a window, and the window rattles and it has lights that come through it. That's, fog machine and everything. And then basically the narrator's describing everything and I'm playing it. And I had a delay unit hidden underneath a rug attached to this like 24-inch cabinet that was hidden under the back side of the stage. So I could press a button on my effects unit, and then whatever I played acoustic in the room would come back about 7 seconds later, like giant, distorted and garbled, and like off in the distance, sounding like a space whale. And then
you were playing both parts simultaneously.
Well, what I would play is I'd wait, and so the end of it, I start doing a call and response with what I did, a while ago, and so it's like he's playing against the monster sound, and then the lights go out, the candle goes out, and there's no light for a second, and during that time I turn around. And then when he's describing that he touches Eric Zahn in the darkness and his teeth are shattering, I had this ghastly makeup on. So when the light comes back on, it's just acoustic, and I'm sort of shuddering and playing the viola like that. It's the best. It's the only time I've ever been on stage and like looked out at the audience, and instead of seeing like boredom or like, hey, that's cool, or what, all the things you see in an audience, I just saw like
stunned, open mouth, silence,
like get it away
awkward
from me.
Tension. Those are some of my favorite response to elicit from a live crowd?
Yeah.
Mild shock and horror.
You know, the algorithms have one thing right, and it's just they just want I just want you to be engaged. I just want you to witness me as I spray paint on my teeth and jump off my life into traffic.
That's one of the best stories. Like, just, I mean, even beyond Lovecraft's own oeuvre, so it's like it's a great story about the appreciation of art
He's tapping a little bit into that older mythos, though, of the diabolical violinist. It's like his take on that style of storytelling.
There's an interesting thing with musicians of that era, like this interesting magic about them. Are you familiar with the clarinetist Ivo Popazov?
You see the guy who wrapped himself in Christmas lights, played in New York. He was really, really wild. He was a klezmer musician.
He was a Bulgarian.
Oh.
He kind of invented that whole like weird like jazz derived wedding music genre. It's like kind of like fast gypsy kind of stuff, like jazz rhythms and shit. And
gypsy jazz, I believe they call it. I don't know what they call it now that you can't say the G word.
A bunch of stuff, yeah. But so I saw him play in Portland once, and it was really interesting.
He's contemporary.
Yeah, he's contemporary. Yeah, he's like he maybe died like 10 years ago or something like that. But he was a master, right? So and he went to jail a number of times in the kind of Soviet period of Bulgaria because it was actually illegal to play multiple styles of music, like that were like fused or whatever in one kind of play. It was very, if you were playing traditional music, it was very specific about what you could play. So his
that shit.
Performances were these illegal events, and I went and saw him with a friend of mine who was also a clarinet player, who was like constantly trying to like how does this guy do this kind of shit, right? It's very like weird, tricky cross fingering shit. And I watched this whole thing like this is that huge venue, but I saw my friend Joel go up and try to like observe Ivo Popazov's cross fingering things, right? And Ivo Popazov had some weird musician telepathy like response where he like immediately looked at Joel, saw that he was another clarinet player that was trying to get his secrets, and he would fuck with him for the rest of the show by turning around, like to him particularly when he was doing some kind of tricky thing,
turning his back.
He would literally like build up to some shit and then be like, "Oh, you can't see that, kid."
That's
and I watched him do it, and it was crazy. It was I was seeing some ancient.
That's
shit,
poor character. I mean, really, like, like if you Paganini's just like, yeah, go ahead, try this. His work was considered unplayable, really, by other people. But and he got booed off the stage playing Beethoven. But if your status as an artist is related to a trick that you feel like you need to protect, that's kind of sad to me. I don't
know if it's sad or like
Eddie Van Halen did that with the hammer-on stuff, or maybe it was like a joke.
I think it was a joke. I think that he was like he saw that this kid like wanted to figure out. It was some cross fingering stuff that was like like anyone is gonna just if you play it long enough you're gonna figure it out. But I think that
no shortcuts.
And I also think that it was like an ancient musician thing. I had this weird sense that it was like
you might have been fucking with him.
It was it was like somehow he detected that he was like that he knew this whole situation. Like he had been that guy, with all these old masters of like learning this thing and like
it was like a ritual.
And he was it was like this. It was like it just felt really ancient to me.
That's cool.
Fucking with, you know what I mean?
One thing I love about musical traditions, especially oral musical traditions, my greatest teacher was from Afghanistan, Rafiaq Barzada, and he told me once that his I'm learning this music of the Guarana kind of, and it's I'm somebody is like, well, Tansen brought this music to Afghanistan from India when he was brought as a slave by Akbar the Great, and and he was like the genesis of North Indian music, and so I'm like, so it came from India? He's like, well, yeah, it came from India, and I'm like, but Akbar and his court were Muslim descendants of Genghis Khan, and then, but basically the Silk Road ran through Kabul, and so, but what he said was like, you don't get it. Yes, this is European music, this is Indian music, this is Persian music, Arabic music, Chinese music. It's the Silk Road. He's like, he said it was so beautiful. He said, imagine 1 million campfires on 1 million nights, and people who were all brave enough to leave their homes and be far, far away. That's what this music is, and that's I think a beautiful.
That's a beautiful thing.
Which is why they made him an admiral.
Two responses to that story. One is I'm
gonna check my I'm gonna check my chat here real quick. I have to engage them and make them and subscribe. That is what I've been told. I think this concurrent viewers is 2. That is me and you guys. We have successfully +3 hold them off. I want to play some tabla. You want to hear a ghost story?
Well, let me say two things. One is in response to your little bit is that I have an interesting group of modern musical teachers, in that I played experimental music with this group members of a group called Smegma. These are people in the 50s and 60s who have been doing really avant-garde kind of experimental like tape manipulation, like but in a group setting, for like since the 70s. So I've learned a lot of lessons from them that are not having to do with like, here's how to like do some double stop on a shit, but like just about an attitude about how to.
Devil's Chord. Hey, the Modzod. Hey, the Modzod. Who's the Modzod? I'm sorry. I'm engaging with the message restricted. I got a bunch of messages restricted. Are you guys the Modzod?
No.
Oh, this is exciting. I'm going to read your restricted messages. Sorry, it's probably just fine.
Read the restrictions.
I don't know how to read the messages. I really suck at this.
It's a really great music compilation of early Zanzibar kind of stuff that was recorded in the 60s. It's all recorded in like one room, and it's one of the most interesting kind of Silk Road music types I've kind of encountered. It's in Zanzibar, so it has this African meets
North African Mediterranean kind of
Indian, and then it also kind of has this Balkan feel to it, and it's mainly like accordions, and then also this strange like typewriter keys Kodo that was manufactured in India, and then became this like kind of popular instrument in India for a second, and it's like kind of this strange like almost like plucked dulcimer sound, but it's this weird plastic box, and they'll have like 4 of those guys in the room just like kind of like doing these weird like incredibly intricate little ornaments.
Is it a Shruti box? I believe like a Shruti box. It's like a resonator. Shruti are the microtones. I believe there's an instrument called a Shruti box. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's an electronic thing. I've seen a number of them.
Can I, before we move on, can I just share this brief bit? Immediately after Impassionelle, there is a very brief. Well, I'll just read it to you, and I'm just going to tell you how tickled I am to found it here. After the concert.
Oh, yes, these are.
You know what I'm about to read. After the concert, gushing amateur. Wonderful violinist, isn't he? Carping critic. Oh, yes, wonderful. He plays all the easiest passages with the greatest difficulty.
Yeah.
It's a joke, like at the bottom of a Cracker Jack box.
That grows into a humor section that eventually the humor section eclipses the stories. They don't do the stories after 1896 and change. I'm trying to get my Thumbjam going. We're going to see if we can do the Memorex version and see which one works better. You know, if you guys like the real or the synthetic violin. There's
I think I'm ambivalent about organic versus synthetic.
I believe they're all excretions of the human race.
One of my favorite instruments is an old parking meter. So it has different kind of gear sounds. If you put a nickel or dime or a quarter in it.
Oh, nice! I love that. That's
Really make it make sense.
Oh, you do. Literally, you have to put a coin in.
You know, I love the thinking about the evolution of instruments because it just came down to boredom and somebody experimenting.
Yeah, I did a really great performance here with someone. My friend this Buteau, and I.
What's her name?
Mahon Rose.
I know Mahon. I do shadow dance. I met her there in Sacramento.
That's hilarious. What a small world. Yeah, she's like a sister.
Teensy.
She's like a sister of mine. I love that.
Yeah, she. When Soraya and I toured, a lot of Buto dancers are drawn to that stuff.
Yeah,
we're a weird combo when we play. I've got this great recording I need to do something with. Last time we played together was 2018 Halloween in New Orleans, and we were playing this really ridiculous, like really exhausting vampire party. It was not. We played the Anne Rice Ball, but there was this another night and a different group of people, and it was just really kind of a disrespectful, fucked up audience. But I was playing with Enrique and this harpist Renee Nelson, who's fantastic. You remember Renee? She played with Felion and Envy and tall, beautiful Renee with the harp and the keyboard and bass. Anyway, so we were playing and we just went over a cliff musically into like the scariest sounding shit. And we got done. Enrique was like, "What hotel was that?" It's the weirdest thing. I'll bring that recording next week. That's got to be heard. That's it's strange stuff.
What hotel was that?
Yeah, that's what he said afterwards. He goes, "What hotel was that? What strange hotel was that?" So the piece is called Strange Hotel. I gotta move. There we go. I gotta move. I'm gonna make you guys smaller again. I'm gonna have you little Kiefer Sutherlands. My little Kiefers, my little Kiefers.
Oh God,
that sounds wrong in so many ways. I don't even know. A Kiefer sounds really insulting, guys. I'm sorry. I don't even know.
I just saw the Wayans Brothers movie, or part of, for about an hour. I watched as much as I could.
There's a dark cloud.
Little Man.
Cloud.
The Wayans Brothers, Little Man, and you said that, and I immediately pictured Toddy and I's faces on tiny little children sitting on either side of your shoulder, just like.
Oh my God! Did you Do you guys see the cloud over your heads in the stream? There's a cloud.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
I'm pretty impressed with that. This will be the first FL that doesn't have Dribble Throttleward in it. He's the character that's going to invade your D&D games. If you invite him, he will show up, and then you'll wish you didn't, and I'll be happy because he gets to play again, and you'll be like, "Who is this guy, Bernie? Get him away from me," because Dribble's normally in the corner behind me, though.
He may be murdered, though.
He dressed like me and tried to do my gig. He what?
Dribble's been murdered several times. He just doesn't die. He doesn't stay dead.
Oh, are you one of the people that is he in your game?
No, he was. We played together many years ago when I still lived in Atlanta.
Yeah, but you didn't get the Dribble treatment because I don't think Blake would let me play Dribble. I don't know. People love Dribble or hate him. Most hate my like. It's
showed
just
me his character sheet.
Oh yeah.
Told me his entire backstory. We talked about he did the voice.
He had a MySpace, you know.
Yes, I remember that. And then I remember when you manufactured the puppet, you were so excited. You sent me a video one day out of the blue. I mean, look what's happening. We made it.
Oh God,
Like,
yes, that's right.
God, you
was
have given
real.
it life. It's just going to get stronger. You're creating one of the bad tulpas.
Look, we're like a two-headed person. I'm a two-headed. I'm trying to keep my head on.
I'm watching a lot of these horror films where it's like one
I
twin,
am Bernie's other head.
an evil twin they absorbed, and the evil twin is still inside them. But makes
Okay,
them
I have a bone to pick with this opera composer whose piece about this particular subject I had to sit through several years ago. So I got invited to go to this
Someone wrote an
small
opera about evil conjoined twins. The
Well,
parasitic twins.
it was specifically a guy who back in I don't know when the 1900s was born, and his congenital twin was a face on the back of his head, and the face had eyes and lips and nose and everything, and it would make grimaces and faces and like looked really hateful at people and for real, yeah. And he had a face on the back of his head. Anyway, it eventually drove him.
My eyes can't get wide enough.
This is a. I mean, I don't know. It's a real story. It's a real. This actually happened. The actual historical character was very sympathetic because he eventually killed himself because he said that his twin was a really hateful, evil person, and he could hear his voice in his head, and he was constantly taunting him. And so there's this person doing this little opera about this, and I'm like, this is going to be the creepiest, best thing ever, right? And the whole time, I'm like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do for the head, right? What's the head thing going to be? You know, so I go and I watch this opera, and it's a really good singer, and then there's this guy, they had this like $10 trillion light rig that could do all these amazing things, so it was really minimalist. And then the guy's wearing like a tall collar or a hat, like he's always got the back of his head covered, you know, and I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the reveal. 2 hours of this tenor singing some really difficult and not particularly inspiring music, and this guy covering up the back of his head, but I'm just waiting because I know this is going to be awesome, right? It's going to be animatronic. It's going to be something,
or it could be I want it to be so bad.
There was first of all,
what is it?
There was nothing on the back of his head, but that wasn't even the plot. Like there was actually nothing. They just didn't put anything there, and I watched it. I'm like, he turns around. I'm like, wait, so he's just imagining this, and everybody's going, "There's a face on the back of your head," you know, and it makes grimaces and stuff, and it drives him crazy. You know, they were recoiling in horror when they see it at the end too, when he's talking to them. But there's nothing. There's not even a Sharpie marker drawn smiley face on the back of his head. And I was so gut hurt by this. I don't know. I shouldn't have been so upset, but I just felt like my candy had been taken
you had
away.
a right to be upset. They made you a promise that they failed to deliver.
I mean, if you do a show about somebody with a face on the back of their head, you know, it doesn't matter what your production values are. What
a pistol in the first act.
I need
someone must fire it in the third.
It's definitely like a fuck you to the audience.
Or before the third.
Anyone that would like care enough to go out of their way to see that show.
Well, I tried to I asked that I got a chance to meet the composer and the writer of the play afterwards, and I'm like, so there was nothing on the back of his head, and he goes, yeah. I said, is this like a sort of a statement, or did you know? Is this like, what does that mean? He goes,
I love that you asked this.
Because I don't know, it's just so what we thought would work the best, and I'm like, you're gaslighting me? Like this is I can't comprehend this, and you're making fun of my feeble intellect because they just didn't even appear
Why
to.
would anyone ever do something that lame? I can't comprehend why you would ever do something that lame. That's what you were thinking.
I'll tell you what I would have done.
Like I almost wanted to draw a face on the back of his head, but this
the rights to this opera are still around, because I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have cast a second actor wearing the same guy's outfit but backwards.
That would have been great. That's a much better idea. See, how long have you heard about this idea?
It flips up.
You could do so many things just like that. Like think about we could
same height, same build.
Sit here and come up with 20 better ideas
and
nothing.
Make it so that they can, argue with the opera thing, where they opera battle each other. I'm a big opera fan. You could tell. I know that they all involve opera battles.
I'm opera offended for you.
Defeated and killed and taken
I
off
love
stage on a
opera
shield.
only in that it tends to make when people try to make experimental opera, they create like super ridiculous things that are pleasing to me, but have nothing to do with actual opera.
I like rock operas.
I mean, I used to be a big fan of musicals. I was really I really loved Andrew Lloyd Webber until I really hated him. It was I don't know if it was maturity or what. One day I think I was watching Aspects of Love or Starlight Express, and I'm like, what are you doing to me, you awful person? I loved Metallica and I loved Andrew Lloyd Webber when I was 17. I still love one of those things.
I will tell you that I am now inspired to look in. No one's listening, so it's okay if I share the secret. I'm now inspired to look into the path that would lead to Basket Case, the musical.
Oh, that would be good.
Or a rock opera, even of Basket Case, classic, early 80s, indie, low budget, gruesome shock value horror film about a young man with a murderous conjoined twin that gets surgically removed from him and put in a basket, and he carries the basket around and feeds. Sometimes he tries to not let his twin kill and eat people, but it does a lot.
What if the twin is kind of like truffle hunting, but instead of truffles, he's a violin maker and the twin is hunting for particularly resonant pieces of wood?
That's
it's
one layer too far. You just got to go with the two faces. He should be a sniper, and he somehow shoots himself in both sides of his head at the same time.
We can make this work. We just need Nicolas Cage.
Okay.
Playing Paganini.
Oh, that would be rich.
I think that there's definitely an occult Nicolas Cage
violin
Paganini.
Yes.
Wait,
Nicolas Cage as Paganini.
Didn't?
Have you seen pictures of Paganini? Do you know where I got this idea?
Didn't?
Pictures of Paganini.
Oh, yes. He's
Klaus Kinski.
Klaus Kinski
Played Paganini, didn't he?
Probably.
And he directed himself.
Probably.
It was some insane, it was like some
it was probably just a lot of if he directed, it's probably just a lot of shots of him banging young women.
I think that he definitely
because Klaus Kinski
made a movie about himself.
If he did Paganini, I'd love to see that, because they did a shitty movie recently about him, but one of the things about Paganini, there's a famous painting about Paganini's deathbed, because he was dying of throat cancer, but he supposedly refused last rites, and that, but I think it was because he was like, dude, I'm not that sick, go away, whatever. Anyway, but there's this famous painting of him. It's weird. There's all these swastikas woven into everything in the painting, and it's really strange looking. And I have no idea why. I mean, Paganini's not exactly a hero of the Nazis or anything. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it would be way before.
And it would have been 1850.
Had that the kind of element to it at all. That wouldn't have happened until the 30s.
His violin was called the Canon.
Just one of our listeners just assured me that they were listening.
Oh, thank you. We have a listener. I'm gonna play this virtual, since I'm gonna tell you a scary story about a clarinet player.
All right, awesome. Let's do it.
I've never seen a ghost, but I'm kind of schizophrenic, I think, but I've heard voices a few times in my life, very few, and when it oh yeah, that's scary. Let me get the ghostly clarinet. I'm gonna need it. So there's a big Victorian garden cemetery here in Atlanta called Oakland Cemetery, and I've played there for decades. And this particular year, it was the late '90s, and I was playing on their haunted Halloween tours, which was a pretty sweet gig. I'm on the the
it
porch.
Should be noted, it's very big.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and I'm playing. playing violin, and they're having these haunted tours with these storytellers, and they're going all over the cemetery and stuff. And I'm making spooky violin music on the thing, and I've got my case open. I'm getting tips. I'm getting paid. It's a nice night. The weather's nice, and then it's towards the end of the night, and I hear and it's getting kind of scarce. So I'm alone for 10, 15 minutes at a time on this porch in this old cemetery, and this. People are walking around, and I can hear people giggling in the darkness and stuff, and the storytellers off in the distance. And I've been street performing since I was a kid, and so I've got these instincts when I'm busking. Whenever I have an open case and an instrument in my hand, it's like I have +4 to all my perception rolls, involving the case or the violin, nothing else. And
those are the important things. You want to make sure they stay intact.
Yeah, so even when nobody's around and I'm playing a nice place or whatever, but I out of nowhere I look over at my case, right? Because it's just a thing I constantly do. I'm always checking. Is it there? Is that $20 bill still in it? And I hear this voice, and I totally thought if somebody was standing on the porch right behind me, and he goes, "Typical violinist, always got his eye on the money." There was no one that said it. There was nobody there. Interestingly, at the end of the night, the storytellers that were, that were leading the little groups around and telling stories, in the Jewish section of the cemetery that night, girls kept getting their asses grabbed. And it almost caused a fight to break out once. There's a bunch of people walking in the darkness, and girls are getting grabbed, and it turned. And the tour guides were like, "That happened to you too? You too?" And then, so I went over there a couple weeks later, and there is I can't remember his name, but there's a pretty famous clarinet player buried there. It's one of the nicest graves. I just thought that was interesting. That's my ghost story.
Jewish, Borscht Belt.
Like a klezmer player, yeah.
He was running around grabbing ass.
What?
You think he was running around grabbing ass?
Yes.
I think he was running around grabbing ass, and I think he had a low opinion of violinists' ability to handle money or, share money in a band, because that's what he said.
Oh, because
typical violinist, always got his eye on the money. What I heard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was said when I looked at my money, so he was right. I'm all right. You want to hear something that is decidedly a descendant of Strad Magazine? Heavy metal shredding. Whoa, that's not shredding. That's not shredding at all. Wrong guitar, guys. Hold on, I gotta get it facing right. I have to hold it upside down and backwards, right?
Like Hawkwind, baby.
Yeah, dude. Hawkwind. I saw them live. It was not the best. Michael Moorcock was singing with them.
Oh God, I am jealous.
It was special. I mean, I absorbed all of it, but it was terrible. And I love Michael Moorcock. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Excessive.
I don't doubt it.
I'm sure, was deeply melodramatic.
He was, and.
No, I mean,
Overblown.
It could have been a really bad era of Hawkwind.
I will say it was better than watching David Carradine play a flute with Chick Corea. Talk about a way to murder.
You watched that?
That was it was a train wreck. No, I didn't. I couldn't watch it. It was painful.
That's a thing that happened.
It was a thing that happened, and I'm like, David Carradine has no business on stage with Chick Corea. In terms of like.
Look. I loved him growing up, but I will be honest with you. He was a very specifically talented actor, and that his acting skill was convincing other people that he was good at things.
I love David Carradine. I'm just telling you, his flute playing is not Chick Corea's level.
No,
he should also not have ever tried to fight MMA.
I just saw.
Oh, he tried to do that?
No, I'm just saying it's one of many things he shouldn't have tried to do that people might have supposed
Chick
he could have.
Corea before he died played a gig playing Mahavishnu orchestra songs with John McLaughlin as the keyboardist, and Victor Wooten was playing bass, and it was
Oh my
really
God, the best concert I've ever seen was John McLaughlin and Zakir Hussain and
I
two
saw
other guys.
Shock-
It was
Shock-
Remember Shakti.
I saw that tour too.
It was so fantastic. Did they
I
have
saw-
the dude
I saw it
playing?
It was incredible.
Did they have that guy who was playing the little tiny fish skin tambourine?
Yes.
And the pocket wash. He was the night I saw them. I'm a big Zakir Hussain fan, so I'll see him anytime I can. But
I've seen him a number of times too. Also,
It's gonna be a delicate
but
drum.
that night, the Zakir Hussain's mastery was so apparent because this guy did such a blistering perfect solo on that little tiny tambourine. And Zakir Hussain's kind of is coming around in the Jubilabandi, and he's gonna play his solo a little after, and what he played was perfect because he was saying, "Did you just see that? That's what his solo said. Did you guys just hear that? And it was just like the perfect pause and reflect on it and bring the audience back into some kind of shared reality that made sense because all our heads had been blown off.
yeah. Fish and reptile skin have very kind of a unique resonance and have been used in the soundboards of certain singular instruments for a long time.
I did not know that, and that's really cool.
Snake skin and cat skin evidently have some similar properties because they'll use either of them for an erhu.
Okay.
Maybe they just have something in common, like they both eat rats. I bet a lot of instruments are just made of whatever the hell you have around.
I bet a lot of instruments. Well, and also what cures right, I would imagine. Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you ever tried to cure a skin, but I've been around people that have tried to do it, and
It's an acquired skill.
It's very difficult to do in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, I guess it's probably it has different challenges wherever you are.
Yeah, and I never saw one done successfully. We raised rabbits and ate them, but we could never cure the skins.
But you could smoke it. I mean that literally. You could smoke the skin, smoke dry it, low heat, dehydrate it.
We didn't get that.
You can make a leather.
They were trying to do it in the summer. I wasn't really around.
Let's see. It is
A low fire.
What are we doing on time? It is 2:37 Eastern Standard Time, and I'm going to check our chat. The Modzod, do I know you? Hi, KK forever.
That's our listener. He is in fact someone here in Portland.
The Modzod. Oh my God! So, Portland people. I know so many Portland people. Those were the good old days. Ashkelon. Do you know Ashkelon and Ashkelon Sane Submarine Fleet? Just pure cover band these days, I think, up there.
I'm pretty sure. He's performed with Enrique. And
Yeah. They were. I toured with.
I know who you're talking about, but I've never met him.
He's a fantastic musician and genius. I mean, he took a notebook and on paper he reverse engineered Robert Smith's guitar sound and made the rig from theoretically from the ground up, and it was to me indistinguishable tonally. You've got to get Thumbjam, dude. This is the best.
That's pretty expressive, actually.
It turns the touch screen into a very sensitive UI for basically. It's like
I can basically turn off all the filters on Thumbjam that will track to a note or anything, and it becomes just like a violin keyboard, really. I mean, a fingerboard. Yeah. If I take sound and just
you would really love my what do I call it? My R's, my best friend and my boyfriend who have moved into a house together, and they are both really weird musicians in totally different ways, and they're constructing a really great music room. Ralph used to work for a modular synthesizer company, so he has a really huge modular synthesizer ring. fuck around with.
A lot of which he made, right?
A lot, yeah.
Like soldering the boards, kind of made. Like, put them together.
It was more that he made stuff and then he traded to other people who did the same thing. So he, like gathered this big collection of modules of stuff that traded for his stuff, or was the company that he worked for. He uses a lot of it.
Ralph is essentially the model for the gadgeteer archetype as a musician.
Yeah, he really is kind of like a weird mad scientist weirdo.
I remember the first time I met him, I was like, "Are you an NPC?" "No, you're not. You're not playing right." "Oh, you're trying to grief reality."
Yeah.
Okay.
And Rob is kind of the same circumstance. You're like, what do you do?
He programs machines that make machines that make machines.
Yeah,
something like that.
Programs machines that make machines that make machines.
You know, the Adam Daedalus, I gotta reach back. He sent me a bunch of tracks. He's an old friend of mine from Mobile, Alabama, who ended up working with Simeon from the Silver Apples these past like 5 or 6 years or something. Yeah, he became like the protege of Simeon.
I had no idea that guy was still around.
I didn't either. It was kind of shocking, but well, I think my fingers are taking me to trumpet land, so I'm gonna make some music right here. You guys, it is fantastic talking to you here on the F-Hole because it means I'm not alone. And Todd, I'd love to have you as a guest. I'd like to hear your music too. Do you use the studio basically your is that what you do?
No, it's not I don't really play. I've been playing around with music lately, but like the projects that I've kind of was really involved with, I've kind of have stopped and haven't really.
The pandemic.
Well, there you go. All right. Well, then never mind. We'll talk about D&D instead. So I'm doing this thing I call New High Score. So New High Score, the idea is that I get somebody to play a game. It can be a role-playing game or a video game. It could be tennis, whatever, and then I'm going to accompany them like a bard, and then I'm going to provide their own, score to like pump them up and see if they can get a better score that way.
I'm telling you, we've got to I'm going to set up a Twitch channel so you can play violin especially on one of your older instruments. Like if you could play something on a 300-year-old viola while I'm getting my ass kicked and shit talking children in Call of Duty, that would be, I think.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna. It's time for my fake it or my fakey little orchestra. And so it's New High Score, and the idea, of course, is obviously that maybe it's possible that I might be intoxicated. There's a small chance that I might end up in a less than sober state, as befits the name. I'm gonna go to some John Carpenter stuff. I don't know if either of you guys play the market, but I believe there's going to be fireworks today and some social justice meted out as a new FINRA regulation takes effect, and some very bad people get some comeuppance, I hope.
Really?
Yeah.
I will be talking to you about that later on tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know what is this a new John Carpenter? What is
no, I'm just making up some stuff in the style of John Carpenter because I got to get myself psyched up for the pre-market at 4. Feed my beautiful Sarah breakfast.
Man, maybe some assault at precinct 13 vibes.
Oh yeah, assault on precinct 13.
That's such an icon. That is the
I haven't heard that in years. My favorite sense sort of score is John Carpenter's Halloween, but also the score for the movie Sorcerer, which was the Tangerine Dream.
Oh yeah, no, that's a beautiful, and the movie is so tense.
That movie is so weird. There's 3 movies I cannot stay awake during. It's Sorcerer, The Company of Wolves, and Angel Heart. All 3 of those films put me to sleep like Mutual of Omaha flying by in a helicopter with a dart gun,
I've fallen asleep to Sorcerer. Yeah, I definitely have fallen
And
asleep the
it makes no sense.
time
Like,
I saw it.
what about?
And then,
What if they hit a bump and it
actually
blows up?
see it and you, like, try to get into the mindset of the people. It's so fucking tense.
I know
It's like,
I've gotten into it and gotten really tense and really stressed out, and then it's like, I swear it's like a chemical cocktail. I can't stay awake through it. It's not that I think it's boring. I lose interest. I black out like I've been an alien abduction.
yeah, weird.
Sometime in the late 90s, early 2000s,
When I first saw it, I was really bummed that there was no sorcerers in it.
what was that? In the early 2000s, the Company of Wolves was in a period of time that was sort of pre-Netflix and chill. It was a very favorite Netflix and chill film for me and
yeah. I mean, it's a.
And that's a strange movie to put on. Like, hey, let's get in the mood. Ooh, I want to watch some.
I put it on to try to get somebody in the mood before, or get in the mood myself. And guess what happened? I watched the movie. I was totally engrossed. I thought, man, this is sexy, and then I fell asleep. It's weird.
You have a problem. It's narcolepsy.
Only for those 3 films. Well, this piece goes out to you guys. I'm going to get up my ass up to Portland soon. You got to come to me. Anytime you come to Atlanta, Bernie, you got a place to stay. I got a violin shop downstairs.
Excellent.
Ghetto one. And so you want to come back and do this again next week?
Shop, that's so sick.
Well, it's sort of the ruins of one, but
Your violin shop.
yeah, I used to be in that business. It's like it's my, I don't know, it's my comfort land. It's my happy place, but you want to talk about this, Bernie? We should talk about doing some more of these stories. I think the Strad stuff's great. I'm going to clip out the Impassionelle from tonight and see what you think of the audio, just even doing it this way.
Yes, I would love to hear what it sounded like, because we were, this is more of a live room sort of setup. And we've got a nice mic, but I want to know what it sounded like. Yeah, I think that
going forward, I'll try to get a recording of your voice on its own channel here, which I think I can do that with just running the Zoom into one, and then that way I can remix it later.
I may also record on my end next week as well. I would like to read next week, or moving forward, I really like to read some of those back and forth letters between the 2 gentlemen arguing about varnish.
I'll take the 1893 and send you the correspondence from the bound ones are kind of funny, because the first issue of Strad Magazine, which, by the way, there's a hilarious tin type of Paganini in that one, and it is widely considered to be a fake. It is one of the weirdest pictures of all time.
You believe that amber can be dissolved into varnish?
Oh yeah, the reply actually explains exactly how it's done. Yeah, there's amber and violin varnish. Like,
so the guy who's saying it's not real is in fact wildly wrong.
They didn't have the internet, Bernie, and he's poor guy. He's got an engine on his desk for a month.
Yes, the degree to which he went, that he outlines in his letter, to investigate these claims, and the numerous samples of him attempting to dissolve amber into varnish and just not being able to, and he decided, because of his own research, scientifically done with an engine, several days, shaking the bottles, he came to the conclusion was not possible. He couldn't do it, so no one could.
I actually sent you the pages with the reply, which is very curt and actually considerably more courteous. But as I recall from reading,
was that a reply? Is that disappointed?
I believe so. Yeah, the disappointed or the next one. The disappointed is actually talking about another thing.
Oh, right. Yes.
I'm gonna be like Carnival of Souls here in a minute. That's what I'm feeling. I love the score of that too. It's all organ, but it's fucking cool. It's such a great plot too. Great plot too. Not like Great Plot 1. goes in my mouth.
So like a little twee bird. I just hear a little twee bird.
Yeah, I can't really whistle, but I can whistle really quietly between my front teeth. So I've always done it kind of as a weird little habit, you know, and I'm not used to anybody hearing it, but I did this job processing data years ago, and it was kind of dead silent in the room. And like I'm sitting there, and the guy across from me who, you know, he was being patient. I think I didn't realize I'd gotten into a mode of doing it. And so all day at work, what he was hearing was like,
Yeah, it's pretty fucking maddening. Hilarious.
Right. For me, it might be relieving steam. It's just like one day I'm sitting there and I'm literally staring at a DOS screen with just characters going by, looking for errors in credit data. One of the most mind-numbing things I've ever done. And the guy sitting across from me, who's really, you know, I had no problems with Bob. He was a good chess player. What was he like? He stood up. He goes, "Paul, you need to stop that right now. If you don't stop that right now, I'm like, you don't have to tell me, Bob. I'm so sorry." The look on his face, like he was just about to like his eyes were about to roll up in his head like a great white shark and just come at me.
Yes. I wanted to read this.
Yes.
And this is my final word, and then I should like to drift off into the ethereal sea of the night.
This is a reply to last week's amber oil varnish. I'll put them all collected.
No, it's not. I couldn't find that reply.
Oh,
this
okay.
is a much shorter, but just so much more delicious bit of advice.
Very good.
To AD from the editorial staff. Another correspondent on the subject of worm killing advises you to, and I quote, soak the violin in paraffin oil and set fire to it and let it burn till there is nothing left of it. Certainly a very radical cure. The third authority advocates the use of a preparation sold by W. Johns, Northgate Street, Ipswich. That was just, we're going to troll you and then advertise to you.
There's a famous dictionary of violin makers, I believe, called the Hammond Dictionary. If you're a dealer, you like it's the first book you want to get. And violin books are really obnoxious because they're still hoarded knowledge. Like if you write the definitive book on late 20th century or mid 20th century French bows from Mirecourt, you know, and you're the guy who knows that, you make a book and it has like full size illustrations, like giant coffee table books. So the bows are life size for comparing, with like glossy illustrations, and you charge like $3,500 a copy for the book. You print maybe 5,000 of them and you never print them again. And nobody ever has any permission to print them until like 75 years later. And those things are, it's weirdly medieval. Like, you know, people are going to forget how to identify these bows if you don't share the knowledge with more than the 5,000 wealthy purchasers of your one book, you know. Who's your favorite fart step DJ?
My favorite fart step?
Are you a Turbojet man or a Dick Saw? Because Turbojet is the deal, man. He's the shit. You know,
Fart step.
I'm going to go with Dick Sock because it's relatable.
Dick Saw, a lot of people say he's the original. But really, if you look at it...
I'm going to agree with that.
It's like the Brown Bowlers, because they were both in the Brown Bowlers. And when Dick Saw started seeing the Plop Star bidet, it was, you know, and she ruined the band, really. And it was driving them back to the sad days of their youth. But Dick Saw is the one who cut off his manhood for his art, and
Dick Saw.
Dick Saw, DJ. Yeah, DJ Dick Saw. He there's a signature movement.
Addis initiate.
Yeah, and he but Turbojet beat him to market with Fartimus Prime Rib of Adam, which was the seminal fart step album. It's the first time that really fart step like really emerged from you know, it was a mixture of like chamber pot music and bluegrass. So maybe it's time for a little fart step.
It has more of like a hyper fart edge.
I like harder stuff. It's got a little faster beat, like sharp
Yeah.
and bass.
I don't hear the fart in the sharp and bass. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear the fart.
Yeah, there's a lot of great spin-off sort of genres. Like Restroom is really big right now. I think it's more so than like the pure shit, you know.
Actually, like have you heard like it's just kids doing it, but it's called Closed Restroom, and it's all about like
oh my no
closed restroom. Like in every single, it's all like every single one of the pictures on the cases is all like the zeroed in on the lock that is closed, the public restroom.
Oh, closed restroom. It's like, so is it related to the actual genre of restroom? I mean, is it like extremely down tempo fart step?
No, it's like an extremely like, it's like a restroom, but like with no like sense. It's like completely drifting.
The songs don't have flushes either, right? They don't have the flush. This is it.
Imagine like
is it like ambient outhouse?
Well, no. Imagine restroom done by like someone that had just been like really just seriously listening to Brian Eno, and they just like stopped caring about the various like ways that like you could
thumb up the butt jam, set the fart step, fart step, fart step, fart step, fart step, fart step, fart step.
This is my favorite. This is the best album. I mean, Dick Sauce Wackyo. It's a strong reply to Turd. Sorry,
It's funny because my friend Rob, who's the fiddler I was talking about, we're actually long-term members of a band called Turd Cannon.
we're gonna have to do a fart step night one night. We're gonna have to do just a retrospective on the history of fart step, because you guys, you're knowledgeable. You really know this shit. You know the real shit.
I'm pretty deep.
I'm a dabbler.
Yeah,
big enough metal
Turd
chamber pot back in
Cannon
high school.
Contribute to the fart
Turd
step genre.
Cannon.
Like,
Yeah.
More like Turd Cannon basically took fart step as a stylistic impetus, but like, you know, use it to do, you know, more performance art based stuff.
That's
So it was really out there. Like
Basically,
really pushing
and
the
then
boundaries.
eventually a way for my to get my college to pay me to do art that I didn't actually do. That was the last move of Turd Cannon.
nice.
That's genius.
It was like, it was brilliant. Like, it was like, just like, oh, yeah. We showed up to annoy, like our job was to annoy people like at 5 a.m. when they were all on drugs, and the people that played before us, that were playing before us, like played through our allotted time, and we'd already gotten paid. So we were just like, you know what? The end result of this band is that we're just gonna leave and fucking have already gotten paid and not even play.
It's like that a recent performance artist, Dutch or German or something, who like basically got paid a huge amount of money to do an original piece, and the theme was capitalism, and he was just like, "All right, here's my piece," and it was a note saying, "I've stolen your money," and he's just not going to give it back.
Yeah,
like that's that's part of the piece. Like not giving the money back is,
I believe that's art.
Essential element to the piece.
Well, I mean, the thing about if someone's paying a lot of money.
Hey, hang on a second, guys. This flush is the shit. Yeah, this is the shit. It's the best.
It's unfortunate that like I think over the connection, you know,
You did, yeah. The flush is not. It's actually not flushing.
the high definition like swirl. That
Yeah,
really
it's not the flush I thought I had.
quality bedroom.
Sorry,
You know?
that was in my squirt library.
No problem. I went through a doom bowel phase. It's fine. That's that stuff's gnarly.
Doom Bowel is gnarly. Like I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to deal with the general level of mastering on most of Doom Bowel recordings. To be honest.
Well, you want
the general level of it's like really lo-fi, or no, not doom metal.
You want to
right?
hear the filth.
It's not.
You want to hear the filth.
Well, yeah, the style of mastering, but it's fine. It's like, you know, if you're in that mood, like, but like, you know, most of the time it just sounds like your speakers are broken.
Yeah, it's true. It's like some really edgy.
Yeah, I know it's totally
stuff
better live. Like there are many genres that are much better live that I've actually performed in. No joke.
Zydeco.
Fart step is one of them.
Fart step is one of them. Like you need if you have a fucking killer sound, if you have a killer fucking sound system, a fart step show is like,
man.
You know, God,
you know, it's been a long time since I've been to a real stall-in, you know, where all the DJs, they each shove themselves in a stall and it's like the last man to leave the room, you know, because they all blow the stinkiest tracks they can, and then it's
they do that at Bangface. You ever heard of Bangface? It's in like the north of England. It's like
no, they
a really gnar bass line. Like all just gabber, like all fast, and like a bunch of my friends go and they like get a house and take a stupid amount of drugs and
that music is
from all over
written and created from the ground up by musicians who are writing music for you to incandesce your way out of life. Like you're meant to listen to that while you were like in a house taking drugs. We're like, we're not coming down ever again.
Yeah, they don't even go to they often go to Bangface and then they don't even really go to the shows. They just hang out with the artists and get high. And then like occasionally they can make it to one of the shows.
But do they really do a fart step a stall off? Because that would be the bomb. You know, like I said, every DJ gets in his own restroom stall and they drop wet bombs until. Speaking of wet bombs.
The last Fangbase, basically, I heard that everybody got so high on K that no one actually played.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
but the audience didn't know it because they were too fucked up too.
No, like, everybody did. The audience didn't even make it inside the venue.
Everybody kept asking, like, how was the show? And nobody knew, so they just lied and said, that was the great, best show ever.
Like,
took 3 weeks before anybody figured out everybody was lying. Yeah, that was a good cut.
Rearrange.
It was really good cut.
Thank you guys. I'm going to be drifting off to Music Land. This is some. That's Dribble Throttle Ward. Yeah, it's one of his gaming things. He extorts dungeon masters for money to introduce their campaigns. Anyways, great talking to you guys. I'm going to play some music before the market opens. And join me again every week right here because I need people to be people with me. Let me in your game. I promise it'll be special.
Because our bathroom's way better than mud flats. I mean, look at that. That's a green slime down there. You never have to change the toilet paper. They don't use the mimic stall. Make sure to tip the attendant.
here we go with some music to conclude tonight's FL. You're watching the FL. Or maybe you're not. Maybe you already did. Maybe the internet's actually just full of computers and there's no other humans out there. I'm just imagining that you're real. You're probably imagining something I can't imagine. Okay, this is the FO. I'm going to shut up and play music. I'm your host, Paul Mercer. I'm your host, Paul Mercer. I'm your host, Paul Mercer. Good night. Good morning. Yay. Go to work. Wake up. Go to sleep. Go to bed. Go anywhere you want, but you can't stay here in the F-hole because it's closing right about now. Thanks for tuning in.